All right, Shannon, you ready? All right. Welcome to the Moore County Board of Education regular business meeting on Monday, April 20th, 2026. We are called to order at 4:04 p.m. We're located in the Central Office Boardroom. Do we have a motion to move to closed session as stated on the agenda? Okay, do we have a second? Okay, motion by Mr. Benway, second by Ms. Bruno. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we'll move into closed session. Thank you. welcome. All right, do we have a motion to return to open session, board members?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
all right, motion by Ms. Davis, second by Dr. Dahl. All in favor say aye. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, motion by
Second.
Ms. Davis, second by Dr. Dahl. All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we want to welcome everyone tonight. Thank you so much for your patience. I want to read our mission statement because that's why we're here. Moore County Schools will graduate students with the skills, knowledge, character, critical thinking, and education needed to become proud and successful Americans. So we're very proud of our school district. We're proud of our teachers, administrators, our families. We welcome you here tonight. So at this time we have our approval we've had our approval of the agenda. We have our Pledge of Allegiance. I want to welcome Principal McNeil to the podium to introduce our special guest.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Selena McNeil, principal at Pinehurst Elementary. I have Royal Brown, who is going to do the pledge, and Bria Marie, who's going to do the inspiration.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bray Marie Stewart. I will be sharing with you a short speech on who inspires me. The first person who inspires me is my mom. One of the reasons she inspires me is that she is always there for me, whether things are good or bad. Another reason is she teaches me valuable life lessons. Most importantly, she has taught me that no matter what happens in life, never give up. The next person who inspires me is my Aunt Cherise. One of the things my aunt has taught me is to walk with my head held high. Another reason is she teaches me to be a leader and not a follower, so I can achieve the most in life. Finally, the last reason my aunt inspires me is she has always taught me to be comfortable in the skin I'm in. Last but not least, my grandma inspires me. Although I didn't get to meet her, I'm sure her spirit lives on through my auntie and my mom because she was their role model and inspired them, which led them to be amazing inspirations that they are to me. Thank you all for choosing me to share with you who inspires me in life.
That was beautiful. And Ms. Davis, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
Yes, ma'am. If everybody would please join me for a few moments of silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Batchelor for our recognitions.
Thank you, Board Chair Dr. Calcutt. First, would Royal and Bria Marie please join our board members at the front? We have Board Member Benway and Board Vice Chair Davis here to present some certificates in appreciation for our students leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, as well as providing a wonderful inspiration to us tonight. And at this time, would Mr. Blackburn from More Innovative High School please join our board members at the front? Justin Blackburn is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for More Innovative High School. Mr. Blackburn teaches mathematics and is an integral part of the More Innovative High School community. He demonstrates a strong commitment to high levels of learning for all students while serving as a collaborative and supportive colleague. A respected educator in Moore County, Mr. Blackburn continually adapts his instructional practices to meet the needs of his students. He recognizes the important role he plays in student success and approaches each day with purpose. Mr. Blackburn exemplifies the culture of More Innovative High through his dedication to ensuring students thrive and graduate prepared for the future. Would family members and Principal Saccone please stand as we recognize tonight's honoree? If you'll shake their hand. At this time, would Ms. Parker from Pinehurst Elementary School please join our board members at the front? And first, I'd like to note that Tara Kelly, the Certified Staff Honoree for Pinehurst Elementary, is unable to attend tonight's meeting. Principal McNeil will present her certificate on behalf of the Board of Education at a later date. Chelsea Parker is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for Pinehurst Elementary School. As cafeteria manager, Mrs. Parker has transformed the lunchroom into a place of genuine warmth and remarkable efficiency. Known for her organization and kindness, she takes the time to know students and personally remembers their unique preferences. Her compassion sets a positive tone for her team and helps ensure an enjoyable experience for everyone. We are proud to recognize Mrs. Parker for the care and positive impact she brings to Pinehurst Elementary. Would family members and Principal McNeil please stand as we recognize tonight's honoree? At this time, would Marion from More Innovative High please join board members at the front? Marion Rodriguez is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Student Honoree for More Innovative High School. Marion is known for her kindness, diligence, and commitment to her work. Even when faced with challenges, she consistently puts forth her best effort and uses her time wisely to stay focused. She demonstrates responsibility and determination in all that she does and represents the qualities More Innovative High Schools seeks to develop in its students: committed, thorough, and determined to succeed. We are proud to recognize the effort and positive choices she makes to take ownership of her success. Would family members and Principal Saccone please stand as we recognize tonight's honoree? And tonight we have several additional recognitions. First, would all members of the Union Pines women's wrestling team please join our board members at the front? You'll have to make a couple rows. The Union Pines women's wrestling team won its first NCHSAA 6A individual tournament team state championship. The team's success was driven by strong performances across all 5 state qualifiers in a very close team race. Lillian Blair, Mackenzie Shaver, and Layla Flexenhar each earned individual state championships, while Isla Fleshenhar, I'm sorry, I'm messing that up, and Maya Tillman contributed critical points to the team's 82 total points, just finishing 2.5 points ahead of the runner-up White Oak. Head coach Brian Gray is being presented a certificate for the team's state championship, while Lillian, Mackenzie, and Layla are being recognized for their individual state championships. With family members and our Principal McCormick, please stand as we recognize tonight's honorees. Congratulations. Now you. And at this time, with the members of the Union Pines men's wrestling team, please join our board members at the front. Back up. The Union Pines men's wrestling team competed in its 5th consecutive dual-team state championship and won its 2nd consecutive title. Due to weather and schedule changes, the Vikings hosted the final 3 rounds of the 6A playoffs, defeating Middle Creek 66-9, White Oak 56-14, and secured the championship with a 37-21 victory in front of a great home crowd. In addition, the team captured its 3rd consecutive 6A individual tournament state championship, scoring 161 points, finishing 74.5 points ahead of the runner-up White Oak. Junior Liam Miles and senior Dominic Blue each earned individual state championships. Head coach Brian Gray is being presented a certificate for both the team state championships, and Liam and Dominic are being recognized for their individual titles. It is also worth noting that winning both men's and women's state championships is a rare achievement. Union Pines is the first school in North Carolina to accomplish this in wrestling. With family members and Principal McCormick, please stand as we recognize tonight's honorees. Congratulations. At this time, would Alicia, Madeline, Matthew, and Kinsey from Pinecrest High School please join our board members at the front? And I believe Madeline's not here tonight. That's all right. We'll still read for her. Alessia Potts won the NCHSAA 8A state championship in girls indoor track in both the 1,000 meter and 1,600 meter races and was named the most outstanding performer in the 8A classification. Madeline Dorsch won the NCHSAA 8A state championship in girls indoor track in the 3,200 meter race. Matthew represented the Patriots at the men's state wrestling tournament, winning the NCHSAA 8A state championship in the 113-pound weight class. His hard work, discipline, and dedication were instrumental in his success. Kinsey, a senior at Pinecrest, has been named a national finalist for Operation Homefront's Military Child of the Year Award, which recognizes leadership, service, and academic excellence among students from military families. Selected as the Army category finalist for North Carolina, Kinsey exemplifies the resilience and character often found in military-connected students. At Pinecrest, she is known for her intellectual curiosity, leadership, and commitment to others. She has excelled academically while contributing as an editor of the Pinecrest Yearbook, a member of the Pinecrest Players, Speech and Debate, and the National Honor Society. Kinsey also frequently mentors younger students and encourages her peers. She will attend the National Military Child of the Year Gala on April 23rd in the Washington, D.C. area. Would family members and Assistant Principal Patterson please stand as we recognize tonight's honorees? All together, if they're here. And at this time, would all of our Area 3 volunteers please join our board members at the front? And if you'll grab your silver plate that has your name or organization on it. I would like to briefly reflect on the history of the Eileen Van Sant Volunteer Award, which honors a legacy of selfless dedication to the children of our schools. Eileen Van Sant began her career as an educator in a one-room schoolhouse teaching grades 1 through 8. She devoted over 40 years to education before retiring to Southern Pines in 1995. Even in retirement, her passion for service never wavered. At the age of 81, she began volunteering at Southern Pines Elementary, demonstrating her steadfast commitment to education. In 2003, she was recognized with the North Carolina Governor's Award, and following her passing in 2004, our then volunteer coordinator, Linda Hubbard, established this award in her honor. We are honored to have Mrs. Van Sant's son with us this evening. Russ, would you please stand so we can recognize you today? Moore County Schools is incredibly fortunate to have a strong and dedicated volunteer community. While you support our schools in many ways, perhaps the most meaningful role you play is serving as an example of servant leadership to our students. Your contributions enrich our schools, and we sincerely appreciate the time, talents, and energy you so generously give. Now, as we celebrate the 23rd annual recognition of Eileen Van Sant's legacy, we are honored to present this year's Area 3 Volunteer Award recipients: Michelle Milligan, Aberdeen Elementary School; Carly Robertson, Connect Academy; Jamie Westner, More Innovative High School; Helena Wallen Miller, Pinecrest High School; Pinehurst Elementary Parent Teacher Association for Pinehurst Elementary School; Parent Teacher Association for Southern Middle School; Mary Beth Griswold for Southern Pines Elementary School; Parent Teacher Association for West End Elementary School; Megan Catlin, West Pine Elementary School; and John Paul for West Pine Middle School. Would family members and principals please stand as we recognize our Area 3 volunteers? And this concludes the recognition portion of tonight's meeting. I'll hand it back over to Board Chair Dr. Calcutt.
Let's give everyone one more round of applause. Congratulations. And at this time, we'll take a short recess. Thank you, everyone. All right, board members, we'll return to session. All right, we're at item 4, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? A motion by Mr. Benway. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bruno. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. We're at item 5, public address to the board. And just before we begin our public comment, the Board of Education affirms its commitment to open communication and values input from all members of the community as an essential part of supporting our public schools. To ensure an orderly and respectful process, speakers are asked to follow established guidelines as outlined in Policy 2310, which includes but is not limited to limiting remarks to 3 minutes and maintaining appropriate non-disruptive conduct. Obscene or vulgar statements, personal threats, and statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or imminently threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. Please note that while the board listens carefully to all comments, it does not respond during this time. You may be referred to a board committee, the administration, or held over for further discussion at a subsequent meeting as appropriate. Ms. Davis, do we have any public speakers tonight?
We do. We have one, Mr. Jim Peterson.
Hi, my name's Jim Peterson. I'm here to speak about something that should not be controversial at all, safety. Student safety and teacher safety. Right now, there's too many teachers that feel like they're on their own. They're expected to manage dangerous situations, break up fights, and protect students, but when they act, sometimes they risk being reprimanded or worse. That's backwards. If a teacher is assaulted by a student, there must be a zero tolerance for that behavior. And if a teacher steps in to stop violence and protect students, they should be supported, not punished. That's sending the wrong message when we fail to act and back the very people responsible for keeping order in the classrooms. At the same time, we continue to see critical gaps in school safety, especially when it comes to school resource officers. Seems like for years now we've heard about positions not being filled. Meanwhile, ideas like unarmed security have been floated around like it's a solution, and let's be honest, that's not a solution. It's not a serious answer to serious threats. This is Moore County. We should be setting the standard. We should have the best trained, best equipped, best supported, and best paid SROs in the state. And just as important, SROs should be under leadership of professional law enforcement, not school administration. That will mean clear accountability, proper training, and a chain of command that prioritizes safety above all else. Now, I watched a work session last week, and this would align with the Policy 5150 and 7313, reporting to external agencies. And I'm going to tell you why. I want to say this very carefully and responsibly. There are past incidents documented in court records that raise serious concerns about oversight and accountability within the school system. And these include what appear to be rape and cover-up of rapes. These concerns should not be ignored. They should be addressed with transparency and urgency, because trust matters. At the end, it's very simple. Protect students, protect teachers, and put safety first. Thank you.
All right. No more comments tonight. We'll move to item 6, board action. Our first one is exceptional children's. Let me pull this up. Proposal for extension of Goldbook Toolkit subscription. And at this time, I'd like to have a motion to support the recommendation to approve the extension to the Goldbook Toolkit subscription. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any discussion?
I will just share, Madam Chair. We had a question on this in our work session regarding the indemnification of Moore County schools should there be a data breach. If you'll take a look at the last paragraph of this executive summary, we reached out to our IT department, and you can see that before sharing any data, digital vendors must sign legally binding student data agreements. In the event of a data breach, the agreement requires 24 hours and explicitly indemnifies the district from damages to the data breach. And so this was shared from our technology department, so I think that answers the question that was in the work session, I hope.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Neil Waters. I want to call him Neil. All right. Our next item is item B, purchase of Paxton Patterson Labs for More Innovative High School and Community Learning Center at Pinckney. Let me pull this up. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Ms.
It does
Purse?
come with my recommendation. We did have some questions in the work session concerning the fact that we have a couple of modules that are middle school modules. You'll notice we've updated in the executive summary, and I shared this over the weekend with the board. More Innovative High School, 11 of their modules are level 3, which are recommended for high school students. 4 are level 2, which are recommended for middle school students, though those are also introductory level for high school students. So these are areas that we may not have in our middle schools. For example, cosmetology is not taught in our middle schools, but this is a module that these students may be interested in. And then the same thing at Community Learning Center of Pinckney, 13 level 3 modules and 2 level 2 modules. So overwhelmingly, there are high school modules, but working with the principals at More Innovative High School and at Community Learning Center Pinckney, Dr. Scott found that there were a couple of modules that perhaps these students hadn't been exposed to in middle school, but they would have the advantage of taking those course pathways at Sandhills, so they wanted to make sure they had some exposure.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the purchase of Paxton Patterson Labs for More Innovative High School and Community Learning Center at Pinckney? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Davis, do we have a second?
Second.
That motion should include the estimated amount
Okay, to include the estimated amount. So was that you, Ms.
of
Dr. Don?
$168,811.50.
Okay, yeah. Who made the second? Okay, that was you second. All right. Is there any discussion? Mr. Henson?
I have a couple questions. So the purchase of this is for Pinckney and the More Innovative High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason I say that is twofold. I'm going to vote against this, and I'll tell you why I'm going to vote against this. One is I've been told since I've been on this board that students rotate in and out of Pinckney. It's not the same student body all the time. They turn over all the time. I realize there's exceptions to that rule. And then we're also told during this that, this isn't required for our other schools because they have CTE staff there that teaches that, which makes sense, right? Well, you can't have it both ways. If students rotate in and out of Pinckney, then they should get exposure to this at their home school. The other reason I'm going to vote against it is let's take a look at More Innovative High School. More Innovative High School, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's located at Sandhills Community College, right? Yes, sir. And 100% of the justification of co-locating it at Sandhills Community College is because Sandhills Community College is a VOTEC college. That's their fundamental job, is to teach trades. So it doesn't make sense to buy that they're buying this so that students their freshman year at More Innovative High Schools, we covered this in the work session, so they can get exposed to the different disciplines within CTE and decide which paths they should take. Well, it's pure laziness and it's a waste of taxpayer money. Here's why. Because More Innovative High School is supposed to be tightly coupled with Sandhills Community College. And if they are in fact tightly coupled with Sandhills Community College, you would think that the different VOTEC shops within Sandhills Community College in their freshman year would come and give these classes rather than us paying for this module. So it seems like this is done out of laziness because perhaps the cooperation with Sand Hills Community College, certain in the freshman year, is not as tightly coupled. So I would suggest that we could save precious taxpayer money by for Pinckney, the students get it at their home, at their, the school they rotate in and out of, and at more innovative high schools, the effort should have been made that the different, for lack of a better term, vocational areas within Sand Hills Community College, that their faculty and staff actually come over and give the classes themselves rather than just, paying this module. So for those two reasons, I'm voting against this. I think that this could have been better thought through, especially in the case of more innovative high schools. Unfortunately, I can't separate the two and vote against that and Pinckney. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll give just a little updated information as well. I did have a conversation with President of Sand Hills Community College, Sandy Stewart, about that fact. One of the issues that they're looking at is the need to expand the workforce pathways already. So they had quite a long list, I think 279 students who were on wait lists to get into those courses already. So they need those programs expanded. In other words, those teachers have a full jam-packed session. I also know Principal Saccone did reach out. She's been taking those students to visit each of those pathways, but a visit is very different from a hands-on 10-hour module. And the Sand Hills Community College faculty doesn't have 10 hours. So, perhaps there could be more coupling in the future, but with their current wait list of students to get in those classes, there's just not the time to give 10-hour classes. Plus, we've got to remember, these students who are in 9th and 10th grade, there is no designated block of the day that this is going to happen every day. This will be interwoven when they have the ability to into the curriculum. So they are at an accelerated pace. They've got to make sure they get their years of high school in those first 2 years. So they're at an accelerated pace. If we were to pair with Sand Hills to do it, we'd have to say, okay, here's this time every day, here's that block of time. So this does provide a level of flexibility that we would not have even if Sand Hills were able to staff it. That brings just a little more information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, we have a motion to approve the purchase of Paxton Patterson Labs for More Innovative High School and Community Learning Center at Pinckney. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, moving to the next item. This is item C. Presentation of revised interim superintendent's proposed operating budget fiscal year 2026-2027. Do we have a motion to approve the Moore County Schools Board of Education fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed operating budget?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Davis. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Dahl. And we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Purvis, and then we'll have discussion.
Thank you so much. This does come with my recommendation, and first of all, I'd like to just say a huge thank you to Ms. Edmonds, who's worked with me tirelessly to get this budget to you all. We realize that tonight, when you adopt this, this will become the Moore County Schools Board of Education budget. We have gone through this a couple of times with you, but we just want to walk through quickly tonight because we know this is the final adoption of it, and we do have public watching. So if we take a look, you got the, Charlie, you've got it? All right, you can bring it. That's all right, either way. So our vision, mission, core beliefs. When we take a look at our core beliefs, students are essential for thriving communities. And we won't go one by one, but one of the things that this budget really looks at is ensuring that our students are still prepared at the level in which we're preparing them, that we are sustaining the opportunities and the learning pathways, the extracurriculars that we are able to give them, that we can continue to provide that safe, respectful, orderly environment. When we look at the Moore County Board of Education budget focuses, we're taking into consideration those things that the board is prioritizing. So you can see here the priorities of the board, And as we look at these goals and our strategic goals, we want to ensure that our budget is focused on us having the ability to maintain these goals and achieve them. The driving factors to our interim superintendent's revised budget is that we need to realize this is an investment in our future. This system is one of our county's greatest assets. We're 7th. We'd like to continue to rise. We always want to be getting better, and we are the 2nd largest employer in this county. So not only are we educating 13,000 students every year, but we're the 2nd largest employer. We are an important part of Moore County as a whole. So as we look at the key points, we are maintaining our level of service. We've got to take into consideration the impact of those fixed costs. When we talk about that, those are things that we can't help. We can't adjust them. The rising cost of fuel, the rising cost of supplies, the rising cost of retirement and hospitalization. Those are things which we don't have control over, but we've had to build into this budget. And so we've had to take a conservative budget approach. When we're talking about this, we want to limit the impact of fund balance by taking a look at where can we find some efficiencies, and then conservatively projecting our revenues and estimating those fixed costs based on the data that we have.
We're going to take a look at the public comments from the web portal. This is a summary of our public comment from the web portal. The portal, just a reminder, it did run from March the 3rd to March 17th. We had 24 respondents, and then as far as how they were, the relationship that they are with Moore County Schools, we had 12 that were parents or guardians of current students. We had 9 that were teachers or other certified staff, 1 that was a community resident, 1 that was a current student, and 1 that was central office or school administration. The most common theme across all feedback is a strong, unified call for increased investment in core school operations, primarily through higher staff compensation and better academic resources. Key takeaways from the comments are staff compensation and retention should be a focal point of the budget, and the investment in academics and achievement should be prioritized, and more funding for infrastructure and maintenance should be considered. This is some background information for this interim superintendent's revised proposed budget. We'll start with our revenues. With our local funding formula agreement, this information is updated, that is based on the Moore County's March 10th preliminary funding presentation. We are looking at a 4.3% approximately increase in the budgeted revenues, which would be an increase in funding of $1,770,377.
I will just remind the board that this information is as of the meeting on March 10th. That is the board's work session. Should anything change or be finalized, we'd have to come back with you with an amended amount.
Now we'll take a look at our expenses. We have our state retirement benefit cost increases from 2022 to 2026. From 22 to 26, the retirement increased almost 8%. And then when you look at our state hospitalization from the same time period, 2022 to 2026, it went up almost $1,500 per person. This averages about 21%. Just a reminder about charter school funding. Our charter schools receive funding based on the number of students enrolled. This funding comes from the local school district where the students reside. General Statute 115C-218.105C requires districts to provide the per pupil local current expense appropriation each year.
And I'll just remind folks, I say it every time, but if we have public that are watching and haven't heard us before, when we think about our public charter school funding, that is not a separate pot of money. Our Moore County schools, charter schools, our Moore County charter schools get their funding as a flow-through out of our 38.5%. So out of that 38.5% that we are issued from the Board of Commissioners, we do have to send money to the charter schools as a part of Moore County.
This is a look at our total County of Moore public school students. We have a total for 25-26. We have a total of 14,429 students. 12,917 of those students are Moore County school students. 1,512 are charter school students. This ADM is based on PMR month 2. This is a look at our charter school projected increase for fiscal year 26. Estimated growth was 75 students. Fiscal year 25, actual growth was 7 students with a 5-year growth average of 68 students. We're estimating an estimate of 85 students at $27.10 per pupil for a projected increase of $230,000 for charter schools. This is a look, again, based off of our Moore County's March 10th preliminary funding presentation. This is a look at our projected increases for fiscal year 27. Using a 2% state salary increase for total fixed costs, that would be increases in salaries, retirement, and health insurance contribution rates. That would be $745,000. Our local supplement step increase for certified staff would be $250,000. All other projected increases, all other projected fixed cost increases with a 5% inflation rate would be $388,000, and our projected charter school growth would be $230,000, making our total increased fixed cost $1,613,000. Should we receive the revenue of $1,770,377, we would actually have an overage of $157,377. If the state salary increases of 3%, we would have a shortage of $17,623, and if the state salary increase was 4%, we would be looking at $182,623 shortage. This is a look at our appropriation.
Can I just add one thing? I think we talked about it in this work session, but the House version of the teacher salary increase was 8%, and that 8% would be broken into 2 years if the House version were to pass. Is that accurate?
That's what we would assume. We've not been told anything specifically. We do know historically there is a large number thrown out, and then they land somewhere a little different.
Right, and they usually stage it out over biennial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
This is a look at our potential fund balance appropriation for fiscal year 27. With that 2% state salary increase, our 25-26 projected fund balance appropriated was $1,855,133. Our 26-27 projected overage is $157,377, making our 26-27 projected fund balance appropriation $1,697,756. If there was a 3% state salary increase, our projected fund balance appropriation would be $1,872,756, and at 4%, it would be $2,037,756. This is a look at our projected local fund balance this is a look at our projected local fund balance for fiscal year 27. Fund balance as of June 30th, 2025 was $4,651,054. Assigned fund balance for inventories and stabilization is $310,746. Assigned fund balance for 25-26 is $1,855,133. And unassigned fund balance for 25-26 is $2,485,175. Projected fund balance for June 30th, 2026 is $4,829,090. Our projected fund balance appropriation for 26-27, based on the 2% state salary increase, would be $1,697,756, making our projected unassigned fund balance for 26-27 with a 2% state salary increase $3,131,334. With a 3% increase, our projected unassigned fund balance would be $2,956,334, and at 4%, it would be $2,791,334. And just remember, we want to remember that we did use almost $700,000 in fund balance during the 24-25 cycle. All of these scenarios do keep us above that $2 million floor, but we do need to remain cautious that a potential salary increase in 25-26 could impact our reserves enough to push us below that $2 million threshold.
As we take a look at the revised proposed budget, I will say that after our work session, we did take a look at it, but we've had no changes since this was last presented to you in the work session. When we take a look at those fixed cost increases, you can see that though we are expecting those increased expenses to be $1,613,000. We're projecting that county funding formula increase, and then that funding change, the expenses versus the created revenue would be at that 2% in the green, $157,377. That would mean our current year fund balance appropriation, which is $1,855,133, would then leave us with a 26-27 estimated fund balance at $1,697,756. If we've got, go ahead. Yep, that's you.
Okay. This is basically the same piece that I had presented a minute ago, but our projected fund balance as of June 30th, 2026 is $4,829,090. Our projected fund balance appropriation for fiscal year 26-27 with a 2% state salary increase is $1,697,756, making our projected unassigned fund balance for 26-27 $3,131,334. This is a look at our 2026-27 Moore County Schools budget. For Fund 1, which is state funds, is $102,425,037. For Fund 2, local expense is $43,568,151. Federal Fund 3 is $11,095,952. Fund 4 for capital expense is $1 million. Fund 5 for school nutrition is $6,383,000. Fund 8 restricted revenue is $3,242,000, making our total proposed budget for 26-27 $167,714,140. Just a note, Funds 4, 5, and 8 do not include appropriated fund balance or carryover. This is our 26-27 proposed local revenue for Fund 2 only. Our local current operations is $37,067,395. Charter schools is $4,230,000, making our projected county allotment for Fund 2 $41,270,395. Fines and forfeitures are $450,000, interest $150,000, and our local fund balance assignment is $1,697,756, making our proposed Fund 2 budget $43,568,151. This is our projected county allotment by fund type. For our local current operations is $37,067,395. For charter school operations is $4,203,000, making our local Fund 2 total $41,270,395. Capital expense for Fund 4 is $800,000, and the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Fund 8 and PRC 69 is $50,000, making the total county allotment for Moore County $42,120,395. So as we look at our budget summary, we believe this reflects the vision, the mission, and the core beliefs of our district. This will allow us to take care of our people and to accomplish our mission. It'll ensure we maintain our current level of operation, and it invests in the prosperity of our county, the vibrancy of its economy. It is a conservative approach. You don't see any expansions in this budget, but it does ensure that we continue to take care of our people and our students. We do thank everyone for allocating their time. Our Moore County Board of Education Budget Committee members, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Hensley, Dr. Calcutt, Ms. Edmonds, and myself. And then when we take a look at the next steps in the budget process, you can see that tonight, as the Board of Education adopts this, it will become the Moore County Board of Education budget. Ms. Edmonds and myself will present this budget to the county commissioners on May 5th. The county manager will recommend his budget in a presentation on May 19th. There will be a budget public hearing at the county commissioners on June 2nd, and a date to be determined of the county commissioners when they will adopt their fiscal year 26-27 budget. By October 12th,
We will need approval of the final school budget, which will include authorization of state, federal, and local funds with the appropriate budget resolution to bring back to you.
Thank you very much. I am going to turn it over to Mr. Johnson. He's our chair of our budget committee, and this did come with the recommendation of the committee, but any comments?
Yeah, so again, thank you for all the hard work on this, another conservative budget, and thanks for the committee, and we did unanimously approve this out of committee, so stamp of approval. I had a couple comments that I had marked down for the work session, but I didn't have a time to do it, and so I decided to break them down. So I just wanted to kind of share with the board, the Education Law Center has recently released a report that has named North Carolina 51st in funding effort in the United States. So 51 out of 51, including DC. And so if you take straight per pupil funding and you just look at it that way, not just funding effort, we're always in the top 5 or have been for the past several years. And so this really reflects the work that we're doing in this county, not only for the state, but also nationally, the return on investment we get to be 7th in outcomes. And in our state funding, we're traditionally around 108, 105, 110 out of 115. So you take the national ranking and you take a look at, even within that, our state ranking, we are doing some incredible work with our students with the funding that we receive from our state. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear. We receive about $5,600 less per pupil than the national average, which equates to about $72 million every year if you did the math out like that, which obviously ain't going to happen. But I would challenge this board to do more in the future to take care of the people that got us there. So the people that work every day in our schools, they're doing the work that are getting these outcomes for students. And I think we need to do more for them, especially in a county that they can barely afford to live in. Rising costs of living here in Moore County are really hitting our people hard. And so I would just say that that's something I would challenge us to look at in the future. But thank you again for all the work.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any other comments, board members? Mr. Hensley.
I do. First, let me echo Mr. Johnson's comments about rewarding those people who got us here. I've been an advocate for 4 straight years. I brought up revisiting locality pay because when I first got elected to this board 6 years ago, we were second in locality pay on the surrounding counties. We were second to county northwest of us. And subsequent to that, other counties have increased their locality pay. But in spite of me bringing it up 4 years in a row, the chair, I don't know if I brought it up last year, but anyway, the chair had no appetite for it and the superintendent never championed it. But we need to circle back around and we need to do that. And I know it's tough. I know we don't have money laying around, but we need to revisit our locality pay. The thing I was going to point out is if you look ahead an item, if you look at item Agenda D, the amended fiscal year budget resolution for third quarter, you'll notice that the revised budget amendments for $183 million for this fiscal year, $183 million, and our budget for next year is $167 million. That's a $16 million decrease or 8.7%, but that decrease doesn't really exist. Could one of y'all explain why we don't fully budget our revenues for the entire year?
So I do try to estimate in state and in federal. If we know how much money is coming, I will estimate it. I cannot estimate the carryover. That's why there's no carryover in Funds 5, there's no carryover in Fund 4, and there's no carryover in Funds 8, because we do have ongoing costs. So I have to, and the money, as we've said several times, the money is not predictable. There is not a steady revenue stream coming into Fund 8.
I point this out for a couple reasons. Budgeting for schools, as we all know, is very, very tricky because of the timing of the calendars and this and that. And I don't want people to look at this and go, oh my God, they're getting an 8.7% decrease when we're not. So I have a very important question. Obviously, there's revenue that we haven't forecasted for various reasons. Either it's carryover or it's more likely it's grants or stuff we can't count on. But we haven't forecasted that revenue, nor have we forecasted those expenses. Is that true?
The expenses are part of the budget.
So the expenses are part of the budget, but we didn't forecast the revenue.
We have on actual, it's based on, I have the actual revenue. The actual revenue covers our expenses. It does not cover the, like new money that's coming in. So any money that we currently have, I do have budgeted the expenses for that.
Right, I just want to make sure I understand so everybody understands. The money that we have forecasted for this budget, we have the expenses forecasted for it, but we don't have expenses forecasted for money that we haven't put in the budget. Is that correct?
Right. So, for example, when we think about Medicaid reimbursement,
Right.
we
good
know that we're
example.
going to have monies coming in from Medicaid reimbursement. Because Ms. Edmonds can't know exactly that's going to be, she can't forecast that, and she doesn't really want to guess because you could be really off on that. And with those kinds of streams, they are unpredictable. They'll come, they'll send us 3 drops at one time, and then we'll go for a long period of time and not have one, which is why she hesitates to put that on. So you are correct that we will have additional revenue that drops that is not included here, but we just hesitate to include it because it is not a certain revenue stream, and you can't be sure of how much that'll be. Impact aid, Medicaid, various things.
Yeah, it's just always made me uncomfortable because after about the second year of every quarter, the budget goes up 3%, 2%, 3%, and eventually it generally lands around 10 to 12% more than we forecast. But it's an important distinction that people need to know because they might look at this and go, wait, that's, $16 million than last year, but it doesn't include all of these maybe reimbursements and this and that. So I just want to take the time to point that out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments? All right, hearing none, we have a motion, we have a recommendation from the Budget Committee. Do we have a vote to approve the Moore County Schools Board of Education fiscal year 2026-27 proposed operating budget? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, ladies. Really appreciate all the hard work. All right, we are moving to item D, and that is the amended fiscal year 2025-26 budget resolution for the third quarter. And let me pull it up. Do we have a motion to approve the amended fiscal year 2025-26 budget resolution for the third quarter as presented? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Davis, do we have a second?
Second.
That was Dr. Dahl. All right, time for discussion. Do we have any discussion? Any questions? All right, hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. All right. We are now at item E. We get there. Second reading of new and revised policies. Excuse me. Do we have a motion to approve these policies on the second reading? Do we have a motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benway. Motion by Mr. Benway, second by Dr. Dahl. And I believe, Ms. Davis, you said it came with the recommendation from the policy committee. All right. Do we have any discussion?
I'll share just a few updates, Madam Chair. First of all, when we take a look, this policy 5150 /7313 is being added to our books. That does not mean that we did not have a policy that covers this information. As I shared in the work session, we have some policies that are not numbered as state board policies. So our policy 7301 is a policy that covers reporting information to administrators and external agencies, which covers the bulk of the information that is here in policy 5150. We did have a question from our board, a board member, about what does it mean when it says reports to local law enforcement. So we reached out to council. Council emailed us back and said, for points and purposes, that would mean external law enforcement. We need to remember, and I shared this with you guys over the weekend in an email, that for 113 districts across the state, when it says law enforcement agencies, it's going to be a given that that's a sheriff's department or a municipal department. We're only one of two across the state for whom this would have a questionable gray area. So it would be my recommendation to the board that we amend this policy so that after the word law enforcement, in parentheses, we add sheriff's department. That would be in this policy as well as policy 7301. And as pointed out by council, and as I shared with you before, we have some policies embedded throughout. So as we find policies where law enforcement, report to law enforcement is, I would ask that we amend those to read the same thing. In parentheses, after law enforcement, sheriff's department, and that would make everything very clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Purvis, have those changes been made in this already?
They have not, because we need you guys
To modify it.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So can we modify the motion at this stage to include those changes and move ahead with this policy?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you can.
Okay, did I make the original motion? I move.
Mr. Benway.
Oh, it was Mr. Benway, I'm
It's
sorry.
Mr. Benway's motion.
So to modify that motion to include those funds designated by the,
To amend the
policy.
the law enforcement, report.
Here, I'll
This is
do it.
for-
I make a
you-
I make a motion to amend the policy to clarify in,
External agencies.
right, no, I'm just trying to think how to phrase it, to modify the policy to clarify that by law enforcement agency, we mean sheriff's department. We can scroll down to the specific paragraphs and I can make specific
The
paragraphs
interim
if you want to.
superintendent suggested just parentheses, sheriff's department following law enforcement. Does that work for you?
Sure. Why don't we scroll down to the specific paragraphs, and it would be
Yeah.
specific.
I'd like to see it too.
Right there, right, up one, up, right, up one more, right there. Scroll down a little bit more, Charlie, so this must report to local law.
It's,
Yeah,
it's in C1.
see, I make a motion to modify,
May
Sorry.
I make a suggestion? This could be the sheriff's department or a municipal police department. Either one would be allowable. Yeah, it should say local law enforcement, parentheses, sheriff's department or local municipal police department.
Okay.
Would be my suggestion.
Okay.
I make a motion to modify that in section C, anywhere that to local law enforcement, we insert parentheses, sheriff's office or municipal police department, whichever has jurisdiction, close parentheses. And that should take care of every instance of local law enforcement.
All right, so we have an amended motion to include anywhere it says local law enforcement that will add in parentheses municipal law enforcement or sheriff's department. Okay? Okay,
I will second that
all right.
amendment to the
Mr.
motion.
Hensley, and
I
second.
would leave the part about jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how you decide which one you're reporting it to.
Right, but my suggestion would be you leave that out, as long as they're making a report to local law enforcement, whether it's the sheriff's department or local law enforcement, that should suffice. If a report's made to a law enforcement agency that doesn't have jurisdiction, they would notify you and probably notify the sheriff's department.
Okay, so say local law enforcement or sheriff's department?
I would leave the
Isn't
part out
necessary.
about jurisdiction, because sometimes jurisdiction is difficult to determine. For example, if something occurs on a bus, it might depend on where the
Yeah,
bus was
yeah,
when the act
right.
occurred. And I've dealt with that, I'm dealing with that in a case right now.
Let's just simplify and say will be local law enforcement, open parentheses, the Moore County Sheriff Department. That way there's no vagueness. If it happens on a bus in Lee County, we know we reported in Moore County.
No, if it happened on a bus in Lee County, the local law enforcement agency would be in Lee County.
So it's
So-
whoever has jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Do you want to say municipal law enforcement and or sheriff's department? Mr. Shorts?
I don't know if I would do that either.
Okay, tell us what we should say.
Quite frankly, I think it's fine the way it is, with
Okay.
just law enforcement, local law enforcement. And I can give you an example. I had a case years ago where an act occurred on property at a university in Raleigh. And it was reported to the sheriff's department back at the school system where the students were from, up in the mountains. And they said, we don't have jurisdiction, called the Raleigh Police Department. And the Raleigh Police Department said, we don't have jurisdiction over that particular property, reported to the sheriff. And they reported to the sheriff, and the sheriff said, no, that's a separate university police department that has jurisdiction over that, reported to them. So it was a mess trying to figure out who had jurisdiction. But a report made to local law enforcement, what we're talking about is whether the administrator is satisfying their obligation to make a report to local law enforcement. And sometimes it's difficult to determine. I've got another case right now where several acts occurred on a bus, and over a period of time, and the bus has been determined to have been in 3 different counties when different acts occurred on the bus. It's a mess sometimes.
I make a motion that we table this until after agenda item H,
Well,
because this might have a different meaning after
it'll
agenda
still
item
say
H.
local law enforcement. So we have a motion on the table right now to approve these policies on second reading. We have a motion by Mr. Benway, second by Dr. Dahl. We also have an amended motion on the table. So
That did not get a second yet.
I did second it.
Yeah, Dr. Dahl
Oh,
did
did?
second,
Okay.
yeah.
So should we vote on the amended
As,
motion?
I'll just add a bit, as interim superintendent, now that we know, we've heard from council, we understand that local law enforcement means an external agency. The superintendent, as well as the assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent over schools, will be responsible with communicating to all departments that anytime our policies say local law enforcement, they do mean an external agency, now that we've had that clarified. So, if that helps you all, I know at this point that'll be something that we have to do, is clarify to everyone that this means anytime we see in policy local law enforcement, that is an external agency. So, it can be changed, but I will say, internally, we're gonna have to clarify that anyway, just knowing what we found.
That makes sense. Mr. Hensley, would you be okay with withdrawing your motion?
Well, maybe, but certainly clarity in policy is good, right? And, clarifying that local law, look, the issue is, and the reason I brought it up, is historically, we've reported it to ourselves, to our own SROs, right? And that could be determined to be defined as local law enforcement. So 3 years from now, someone will go, well, gosh, this is local law enforcement. So that's why I bring it up. So the more specific it is, and again, this is a model policy drafted, well, I don't know if it's a model, but, as you said, 113 school districts don't have their own SROs. That's what created this problem. So I think the more clarity is the better. Or we could just table it till after agenda item H.
We have an amended motion on the table, so we have a motion by Mr. Hensley, second by Dr. Dahl. All in favor of tabling this motion? Do we have to vote on that, Ms. Shorts?
I'm sorry, which motion are you talking
We're
about?
talking about the amended motion.
The amended motion
Do we table?
no, the amended motion was not to table. The amended motion was to add
Right.
language.
I understand that. So what do we do with the amended motion? Thank you.
I withdraw my motion to modify, and I make a motion to table this until after agenda item H.
That'd
Do
be
we take a
just,
vote on that?
just for that policy or for all policies?
Well, this is the only one that we're discussing, so let's just do it for the whole item. Let's just table this till after agenda item H.
That's it's technically a motion to postpone until after agenda item H.
Okay. So
Yes,
I'll-
that's exactly what I
right.
said. A
Yes,
motion to
he-
postpone
yeah,
until
I
after
understood
agenda
both
item
of
H.
That requires a second.
All right, so we have that new motion. Do we have a second to table it until after item H?
It's agenda item 6H.
6H. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll table it. All right, so now we are at item F, resolution supporting local control of school calendars. Let me pull that up. Okay, and so, as you know, let's see, the Legislative and Advocacy Committee met on Tuesday, March 31st. We met to review a resolution supporting local control of school calendars that our attorney, Schwartz Law, had been asked to draft up for consideration. The committee unanimously approved bringing this to the board for their consideration of adoption. And then at the board's work session on April 14th, we presented that resolution to support our local control of school calendars. Do we have a motion to support sharing this resolution with our General Assembly?
So
Do we have a
moved.
motion? Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Davis. Do we have a second? And it was thank you, Ms. Bruno, and it came from committee, so we double seconded it that time. Thank you. Is there any discussion about this resolution? I think it's really powerful. I think it sends a message. Ms. Bruno?
And it's long overdue.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
This is long overdue, hopefully with a change of the leader of the Senate. Hopefully the Senate will come, the North Carolina Senate will come to their senses and allow local school boards put in place a calendar that the semester ends before the Christmas break for the many reasons that I've articulated over the last 4 years, and I will not reiterate them now. But everybody understands the reasons.
And I do want to say, I really appreciated the historical perspective that was included in the resolution, so I encourage everyone to read it so you can see the entire picture of what we've been working with for over 20 years. So I really appreciate the efforts of our Legislative Action Committee and Advocacy Committee and everyone. So we have a motion on the table. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Motion carries. So we will get that sent to Raleigh. And at this time, we are at item G. Let me pull that up. Resolution for disposition of school property, Moore County Schools, EBS license WND-399. Turn it over to you, Ms. Purvis.
Yes, ma'am. So this is a new item that has been added to our agenda. We did not have this on the work session, but it is time sensitive. I'm going to ask Mr. Kent Eklund, our Director of Technology, if he'll walk us through this. Kent?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is a recommendation for the board to declare our EBS license, call sign WND 399 surplus, and authorize the sealed bid procedures as detailed in the resolution. The EBS license is a 2.5 gigahertz spectrum that allows the board a license to transmit over these specific frequencies. The district keeps the channel active, but does not regularly use it and believes that selling the asset is its best use for the district, since building out the infrastructure would be too costly. This resolution will allow the district to proceed with obtaining sealed bids in order to sell the license. The interim superintendent will provide the highest sealed bid to the May work session review with the anticipated final approval in the May regular business board meeting. I will note that there was also an amendment that we were going to set a minimum bid at $915,000 based on our assessment of the value of the license.
Yes, sir. So you'll see in my recommendation, I'm asking that the school board consider a motion to surplus the intangible property of this EBS license WND 399 and begin the sealed bid procedures as outlined in North Carolina General Statute 160A-268 with a minimum bid of $915,000.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Purvis.
Yes,
And with
ma'am.
that motion in hand, do we have a motion to approve this as recommended by our superintendent?
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Davis, do we have a second?
Second.
Dr. Dahl, any discussion?
If we don't use this, why did we have it in the first place?
Well, it was provided by the FCC many, many years ago.
Okay.
We presented to the budget committee way back when we were considering this process, beginning this process in the first place. Originally, it was provided to districts to do broadcast for like a television channel, for instance. And so we've held on to it. It's steadily increased in value. It is now really not something that we would use because with the internet, you really don't, you broadcast things over the internet, just like we're doing with our board meeting here. So its greatest value to the district now is because it has value for providers, internet providers that would use it for wireless communications.
Okay, so tell me what kind of a company or organization would be interested in this?
Generally cellular companies. That's what the frequency, they've steadily expanded to say, find these frequencies that are of value. And that's who we would hope would bid on it.
Okay. Thank you.
I had a question. Does it cost anything to maintain it, or has it over the years?
We do have to, we've renewed the license and we have some equipment that we're actually leasing to keep the license active.
Gotcha.
It's not a significant cost, but it is a recurring cost.
And the monies that come in, are there any restrictions or regulations on? Oh, do you want to ask it? When we sell it, any restrictions or regulations on the money that we receive?
No. The intent is to use these for recurring costs in technology. Basically looking at, we've been talking for a long time about the ESSER cliff with funding. And so we have identified, should this go forward, significant technology funding needs that
So
we
we-
want to use this for.
Yes, thank you, Kent. We've asked Kent to go ahead and outline what this would be used for once this is sold. And what he's using this for are things that we know are going to be cost in the future. Instead of new items, they will serve purpose to cover future costs.
Any other discussion?
I have one
Mr.
other
Henson.
question.
Okay.
My comrades asked all the questions I was gonna ask. Yes, comrades. I'm sorry, colleagues, thank you, colleagues, comrades. I just want to make Ms. Dahl feel at home, so I use the word comrade.
I'm going to call you
sorry, I couldn't-
Comrade Hensley from now on.
Okay, that's okay. Everyone will know that's a joke. So here's the question I have. Like I said, everyone else has. But so do you? It's like land. They're not making any more frequencies. Do you anticipate this would increase in value in future years, or I guess it's hard to say.
We've been looking at sales of other districts that have happened in the past, and it seems like it's pretty much leveled off in terms of value.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no other discussion, all in favor of supporting this motion, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, I guess I should, to surplus the intangible property, EBS license, WND-399, and begin the sealed bid procedures of NC General Statute 160A-268 with a minimum bid of $915,000. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess at this time, so thank you. We'll be back in about right, board members. Board members, at this time, do I have a motion to go into closed session as stated on the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, all in favor say aye. All right, we're going to go in closed session for about 5 minutes. We'll be back. Ooh. right, board members, thank you for returning. Do we have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back. All right, so we're on item H, school system safety and security. And so when we look at this in the executive summary, our board will discuss the safety and security of Moore County schools. Ms. Jennifer Purvis and I were bringing this to our board for discussion tonight. Just recently, we were given an opportunity from our Board of Commissioners and our Sheriff's Department to ensure that we have a school officer in every school in Moore County School District. So I would like to ask Ms. Purvis to give us the outline of the background and the conversations and the efforts that we're going to consider tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the end of March, I had a discussion with Sheriff Ronnie Fields, Chief Deputy Conway, in regards to Sheriff's Department taking over Moore County Schools Police, the structure of what that would look like, and the timeline of putting every officer, having an officer in every school. I brought that information back to share with the chair. The chair and the vice chair and I sat down with, again, representatives from the Sheriff's Department, as well as representatives from the Board of Commissioners and County Manager Wayne Vest, to again have them present details to the entire group, Ms. Edmonds as well. And we walked through what that would look like. If the Sheriff Department were to take over our school police force, it would take us 12 to 18 months, they estimate, to get an officer in every school. One of our priorities has always been, and we have always valued the fact that there is an officer in every school, middle and high school, that is the same every day, and that the students get to know and have a relationship with. And that was something that the Sheriff's Department felt like we could sustain, that they could sustain, and in addition, they could put an officer in every elementary school. The discussion between our board has been, quite frankly, the fact that we have tried, and the board has tried, I'm just getting here, but the board historically, not just this board, but boards before us, have tried to ensure an officer in every school, and we, for several reasons, have not gotten there. One of those reasons is state regulations saying that we can't hire officers straight out of school. We can't bypass that. We've tried to work on that. That is still there. We can't pull from the military retirees or from officers who retire from other states. They still have to come in and serve that mandatory year. They can't come straight to our force, so that does stand in the way of us in the ability to recruit. I will share that this board has had a lot of conversation about it, has gone back and forth, but ultimately the goal is to ensure that an armed officer is in every school. And that is where we have landed. We did have conversations with the Sheriff's Department about our officers and how they would be utilized in their schools. We do have full-time officers who are not former retirees who will have the opportunity to transfer to the Sheriff's Department. And I will say our chair spoke up and asked specifically that we make sure that they are taken care of in this transition. So at this point in time, I'll turn this back over to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis. And at this time, we've asked our attorney to write a statement that we can consider for a motion. So, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed motion is as follows. The board authorizes the interim superintendent, board chair, and board attorney to work with the sheriff and the Board of County Commissioners to prepare agreements and, if necessary, proposed legislation to implement a plan approved by the sheriff to transition the responsibility for the safety and security of the Moore County schools from the Moore County Schools Police Department to the Sheriff's Department, effective January 1, 2027, so that the sheriff can place a school resource officer at each school within the Moore County Schools Administrative Unit within an estimated 12 to 18 months thereafter. And for the Board of Education to agree with the Board of County Commissioners that the anticipated funding formula increase in the amount of $1,770,377 for fiscal year 2027 will not be appropriated to the Board of Education for fiscal year 2027 only, and will instead be appropriated to the Sheriff's Department to support this effort, and for the Board of Education to enter into agreements to transition to the Sheriff's Department property and equipment utilized by the Moore County Schools Police Department, and for the Board of Education to arrange for the transfer to the Sheriff's Department of state 069 funding and dedicated 043 grant funding for SROs, effective January 1, 2027.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a board member that would support that motion? Do I have a motion? Okay, Mr. Benway, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Dahl, any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Madam,
Oh, sorry. Did I miss something?
well,
Oh, yeah,
Ms.
sorry.
that's all right. I have a motion I'd like to recommend to the board.
Okay.
That motion is in recognition of the dedicated service and loyalty of our current officers in the Moore County Schools Police Department and their continued service. I recommend that the board approve paying a severance to each officer in the amount equal to 3 months of their base salary as of December 31st, 2026, contingent on their remaining employed through the effective date of transition of the safety and security of the Moore County Schools to Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
And that will require a motion to amend the agenda if the board wants to consider this.
Okay. Do we have anyone that would like to vote?
I move that we amend the agenda to include action on the item just read.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Okay, motion by Dr. Dahl, second by Ms. Davis. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of amending the agenda and adding this item, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, so we have that recognition.
And that will be agenda item 6I, and what do you want to call that?
Recognition of Moore County Schools Police Service. All right, so do we have a motion to approve this recommendation from our interim superintendent?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Ms. Davis. Do we have a second? Oh, excuse me, yeah, second. All right, thank you, Mr. Benway. All right, any discussion on this item?
I hate to ask this, but could you repeat the motion, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
In recognition of the dedicated service and loyalty of our current officers in the Moore County Schools Police Department and their continued service, I recommend that the board approve paying a severance to each officer in an amount equal to 3 months of their base salary as of December 31st, 2026, contingent on their remaining employed through the effective date of the transition of the safety and security of the Moore County Schools to the Sheriff's Department. And I would just add that this transition to the Sheriff's Department is absolutely no reflection of the value that our SROs have brought to our school system. We could not have done what we've done without our SROs. They have been tremendous in the safety of our schools and in helping us. This is just a reflection of the fact that we need an officer in every school and have been unable to do that. But we certainly value them, and we want, we make this motion, I make this motion as recognition of the fact that they are valued members and we appreciate their contributions.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis. Are there any other discussion comments?
Well, I would just like to make a comment that, just to reiterate that, this is recognition of outstanding service and loyalty to Moore County Schools and appreciation of the work that they do every day. And also just to say that these officers will continue to protect our schools, and as part of the transition, that there will be opportunities for them to continue serving our school system and continue serving to protect our students and staff. And so I just want to thank them for their service through the transition and then also beyond the transition for all the safety they provide our students.
And I just want to reiterate that we're deeply, deeply grateful for the men and women who have served as our resource officers in our schools. You know, their commitment to protecting our schools, they built relationships with our students and employees and served our community that's made a lasting impact. And I could not be more proud of their professional service and experience. And while this transition represents a change, and it's hard for me because I've been here since the beginning, it's a step forward in strengthening our school safety. And we're confident that partnering with the Sheriff's Office will allow us to place a dedicated officer in every one of our school buildings, and that will further enhance the safety and security of our students, our employees, and our facilities, and our community. So we thank you, our school resource officers, for all your dedicated service. And this is just continued service. We look forward to working with you through this transition. So, are there any other comments? All right, hearing none. All in favor of supporting the recognition of Moore County School Police Officers' service with that motion that Ms. Purvis read, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we are at item 7, interim superintendent's. Okay. Miss Parker, what would I do without you? Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's go back. Thank you, Ms. Burton, for staying with us. So we're at item F, second reading of new and revised policies. I've got to pull it up. So give me just a second. All right. Got to get back to the right one. Okay, so that was item E. All right, so we have a motion from our interim superintendent to approve these policies on second reading. Do we have a motion to approve these policies? Oh,
That
sorry.
motion was postponed indefinitely.
Okay.
You already have a, hold on one second. You have a motion that was made by Ms. Davis, seconded by, wait a minute. I'm sorry, this was item E, not F.
Item E.
Okay. You had a motion made by Mr. Benway, seconded by Dr. Dahl to
Yes.
approve.
Yes. Okay. So, any discussion?
I would just like to point out one thing, and then we'll go back to what we were discussing before we postpone this. First of all, if you could scroll up, please. I want to point out there was some controversy and there was some misinformation out there since the work session, and the misinformation was that Moore County schools never use the state school board model policy, and that is not true. Ever since I've been on this school board, we have used to some extent the State School Board Association model policy. Like most districts, we haven't adopted it all, but we have used it for, I would characterize it as the majority of our policies. There are some that deviate intentionally, that we looked at it and made a decision and said, nope, we're not going to do that, or we wordsmithed it a bit. And then there's some bits of the policy that we haven't looked at in ages, but the information that we do not use the state school board model policy is not correct and has never been correct to my knowledge. Now back to the thing that we were talking about before we tabled this, and in light of what we just passed, I think that the whole discussion as far as our external policy going forward is mute. That's why I suggested that we postpone this So, I will accept that, Ms. Purvis and her team knows that means external. Now, if the current situation was going to continue indefinitely, then I would insist on the revised language, but at this point, I consider it a moot point.
Okay. All right, so you're withdrawing that. Okay. All right, so now we're going back to our recommendation to consider a motion to approve these policies on second reading. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Burt. All right, now we're at item 7, interim superintendent's report. Ms. Purvis.
Thank you so much. I just want to briefly thank the folks who have stuck with us here tonight. We appreciate you staying. I also would like to share that we had a terrific Purple Up Week last week honoring our military families, so we appreciate those that joined with us as we honor our military families and students who also serve alongside of their parents and are dedicated to that. And then we had Sandhills hosted us for Fun Fest, and we got to celebrate all of the CTE students through middle and high school on competition teams, and so we were very fortunate. We had our legislators join us there at Sandhills, so Senator Tom McInnes and Representative Jackson joined us to take a look at all the great things that were happening in our schools, how far our CTEs have come. We appreciate Dr. Scott for organizing that day, she and her team, and for touring us around. We saw lots of great things. There's lots of great CTE work going on in our district. We appreciate the teachers and the career development coordinators who push that along. Mr. Benway, thank you as well for your dedication to CTE. So that is something I wanted to share tonight that we enjoyed this week, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're at item 8, board comments. So board members, any comments for tonight? Okay.
Comment.
Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, I would just like to say that our meeting started out this evening where we represented many people, young and old, students, state champions, repeat state champions in different sports. We recognize the people who excel both in our classified and certified staff. And I'm just glad that Moore County Schools recognizes merit and achievement, because we should recognize merit and achievement, and we should recognize the best performers among us, whether it's athletics or performance on the job. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I want to reiterate that we had a great day on Friday at Fun Fest. That was amazing to see the students interacting with their teams and our legislators. I just appreciate Senator McInnes and Representative Jackson and our board members that were able to join us, Mr. Benway, Ms. Davis. Thank you so much for coming, Ms. Purvis for organizing, and Ms. Scott. I also want to recognize that we've got our banquets coming up, our Teachers of the Year coming up, and our TAs of the Year. All of these recognitions are so important. I just want to reiterate that we're just very grateful for our Board of Commissioners and for them stepping up, our sheriff for stepping up to assist us with school safety. And just know that we're a team. We'll always be a team. Moore County Schools has always worked so well together. We're so grateful for everyone, all their dedication, our community members, our board members. Thank you to our staff for their hard work this evening and getting all of this together. Thank you to our board members for being here tonight. If there are no other comments, do we have a motion to return to closed session? Okay. All right, second?
For the purposes stated on the agenda.
For the purposes as stated on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Shorts. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. We will not be coming back this time, so y'all.
It will be more than 5 minutes. You're okay.